This is the English channel. This is the English channel. But I'll be beginning into Spanish because the president will be speaking in English. Hello. Hello.
Our commission is very, yes. We do very funny things sometimes in the commission. And I can say to you, on the commission's words, good morning. In my words, good afternoon. I now open the hearing number 4 of the 188th period of sessions of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights, which is entitled Access to Health Care for Pregnant Haitian Migrant Women and Girls in the Dominican Republic. This hearing was requested by the Centro de Orientación y Investigación Integral Observatorio de Derechos Humanos para Grupos Vulnerabilizados. Movimiento Sociocultural de Trabajadores Haitianos. Comisión Nacional de los Derechos Humanos. Thank you and welcome for being here. My name is Margaret. Sorry about my murdering the Spanish language, but there you have it. My name is Margaret May Macaulay. I'm president of the Inter-American Commission of Human Rights and rapporteur for people of African descent and for rights of older persons. I am accompanied by the second vice president. No, I am not. By the immediate past president and the rapporteur, Julissa Mantilla, who is the rapporteur for women's rights and Memory, Trust and Justice, and who was president last year. Also present at this hearing is Deputy Executive Secretary for Cases, Senor Jose Mesa. Jorge Mesa. I beg your pardon, I thought it was Jose Luis. And Chief of Staff, where is she? Patricia Cochero. She is not here as yet. Yes. I will begin with a cordial greeting to the state of Dominican Republic, for which I've been country rapporteur for many years, in all the years I've been on the commission, and the civil society here present, and to the National Human Rights Commission of the Dominican Republic, who is also participating in this hearing. The object of this hearing is to present updated information on arbitrary detentions, mistreatment and violations of access to sexual and reproductive health of pregnant women, women in labor, and Haitian migrant children and adolescents in the Dominican Republic. Let me explain the distribution of time. Civil society, you would have 23 minutes. Yes? And the state also 23 minutes. That's an increase for both. And we will start with civil society, who now have the floor. Civil society. Thank you. Civil society.
Greetings, Honorable President, distinguished commissioners and representatives of the state. My name is Juan Alberto Francisco, together with my colleague Jenny Moron, Manuel de Jesus Tanre, and Elena Lorac. We address you on behalf of the organizations for the defense and promotion of human rights in the Dominican Republic that are part of this request, and the technical assistance of the Institute on Race, Equality, and Human Rights. We appreciate the granting of this thematic hearing on access to health care for pregnant Haitian migrant women and girls, which aims to provide updated information on the human rights situation in the Dominican Republic and the acts committed by government officials through the General Directorate of Migration, the DGM, and other military bodies, in some cases involving health personnel in hospitals and maternity hospitals. Today, in the Dominican Republic, Haitian immigrant women, Dominicans of Haitian descent or phenotypically identified as black, are living a situation stronger than that experience in apartheid South Africa, because at least they could go to a hospital to be treated. But in our country, access to health care is not guaranteed because the pressure and legislation promoted by the government has caused the fear of pregnant women to access health services. The Dominican government has tried to use the precarious situation of the health system to justify discrimination against women and girls, allegedly immigrants of the Haitian descent. This discrimination has been historical and structural towards people of Haitian descent in the country, a situation that continues to occur and is well documented by this Honorable Commission, as well as by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights and multiple United Nations mechanisms. The Dominican Republic presents many challenges in the area of public health, a situation that became evident with the COVID-19 pandemic, including irregularities in healthcare, low quality in health investment, high drug costs, and low service coverage for Social Security affiliates. The state also wanted to limit access to health care and vaccination to people without documentation, mainly migrants. This situation contradicted Resolution 120 on the pandemic and human rights of this Honorable Commission. Haitian immigrant women and Dominicans of Haitian descent have historically been excluded and discriminated against, this being most evident in the health care of girls and pregnant women, residents of marginalized neighborhoods and hard-to-reach Batayan communities. As a result of the government's policy, according to the official figures and data published by the support group of refugees and repatriated people during the period 2021 to June 2023, 3,042,820 people were sent to Haiti, including 2,159 pregnant women and 2,981 unaccompanied minors, most of whom are Haitian immigrants and undocumented Dominicans. With this large number of people apprehended by the DGM, it is impossible to comply with due process. Discrimination is an endemic and systemic evil in the Dominican Republic. African descendants, migrants, specifically girls, Dominican women of Haitian descent, Haitian migrants, undocumented, etc., are being victims of persecution, extortion, arrest, torture, sexual violence, obstetric deportation, and maximum expulsions without due process of law and without taking into account the standards of protection of human rights. The process of expulsion and repatriation of migrants in the country, according to the law, is under the responsibility of the General Directorate of Migration. However, the executive branch issued Decree 668-22, which gives the National Police and Armed Forces power to be part of the migration control, which has led to frequent operations and immigration arrests outside the corresponding schedules in a framework of informality that ends in corruption and violence. On September 28, 2021, the National Migration Council instructed to take all necessary measures to prevent the entry into the country of citizens of foreign nationality who imply a burden on public finances, including women who are in a state of proven pregnancy equal to or later than 6 months. This measure strengthened a discourse that had been coined since COVID-19 pandemic by the central government, provoking the increase of migratory raids inside and outside hospital centers and discourse of hatred towards the Haitian migrant population and the population of pregnant women and children. In November 2021, new measures were announced, among which were auditing the National Regularization Plan to review the migratory documents acquired by the migrants, establishing 38 offices nationwide to identify people from this community. It is good to note that these measures were not applied to Haitian immigrants only, but in a practical sense also included Dominicans of Haitian descent, victims of Judgment 16813 and supposed beneficiaries of Law 16914 under letter B, which according to racial stereotypes are not considered Dominicans by the Dominican state. The migratory processes that are being carried out in the recent months in the country contravene both national and international law. Detentions for migratory purposes in cases of pregnant women have an established procedure according to Article 134 of the Decree Application of the General Migration Law 285-84. Also, number 6 of Article 55 of the Dominican Constitution establishes that maternity, whatever the social condition or civil status of the women, will enjoy the protection of the public authorities and generates the right to official assistance in case of distress. Similarly, the main objective of the general health law in the Dominican Republic is to promote, protect, improve, and restore the health of individuals and communities. In the case at hand, this has not been effective in relation to its purpose. Medical services that should not be limited to the legal status of an individual, converting health centers, including maternity hospitals, into places of detention for the deportation of women violates Article 12, Paragraph 2 of the Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW. The state must guarantee women appropriate services in relation to pregnancy, childbirth, and the postpartum period, including providing free services when necessary and ensuring adequate nutrition during pregnancy and breastfeeding. It should be noted that the Dominican Republic has been a signatory to ILO Convention 183 since 2014, which is the international legal instrument for the protection of maternity. Manuel de Jesus Dantre. As of the result of the aforementioned internal provisions of fierce persecution against Haitian immigrant women and Dominican women of Haitian descent who become undocumented, denationalized, and stateless, especially those who are pregnant, were arrested and subjected to deportation, expulsion, and banishment in violation of Constitution, legal, and conventional regulations, that is, regulations under conventions. Civil society organizations have collected testimonies and other physical evidence referring to migratory controls in areas of access to health centers and sometimes even assigned maternity wards in urban centers, which makes it difficult for women to travel to places that offer health services. We share some examples. On April 23rd, 2022, the young person Diana Jean, a typical example of the consequences of the lack of an identity document against Dominicans of Haitian descent. Diana, a third-generation Dominican, was denied follow-up medical care for her pregnancy with a gestational age of 7 months and who had not received any medical attention. Diana's request for prenatal medical care was denied on the grounds that she was an undocumented Haitian. Diana, beneficiary of Moshta's legal team, filed before the Superior Administrative Court, the TSA, a request for a precautionary measure seeking that the court rule on the medical care corresponding to her pregnancy. The care required by Diana was also rejected by the judges of the Superior Administrative Court. Diana was forced to give birth to her baby in her community of residence, with all the risk that this action entails or poses for her and her little offspring. On Thursday, July 20th, 2023, in the maternity hospital in Higüey, agents of the General Direction of Migration, without any judicial order, entered by force and searched and detained all the black women who appeared to be Haitian, taking pregnant women and others who were with their newborn children out of the consulting rooms, and they were put in a mobile jail, a sort of a truck, and were sent to a detention center for deportation services. A day later, in the municipal hospital of Engombe, Santo Domingo West, an operation was carried out in search of pregnant and lactating Haitian women, where several women were detained and sent to the Aina detention center for subsequent deportation. This practice has been widespread in different areas of the country, violating international standards and Migration Law 285/84 and its implementing regulations. Other arbitrary arrests conducted by immigration control brigades in health centers occurred in the Polyclinic of Verón, Higüey, affecting 13 women and their small babies. In the province of La Vega and Regional University Hospital, Dr. Luis Morillo King, the areas of laboratories and external consultations were intervened, where all women who were there were detained. The same occurred in the province of Santiago, in the hospital Presidente Estrella Ureña. These events occurred in the hospitals and healthcare centers mentioned above, in addition to other violations of rights with arbitrary arrests that demonstrate a policy focused on persecuting Haitian immigrants, especially pregnant women, without respecting due process or the human dignity of these affected women, which violates the current Constitution, Migration Law 285/04, and its implementing regulations, in addition to international covenants and conventions on human rights, which are binding. Below is a video that graphically illustrates some of the facts we have reported.
La situación de deportación de población haitiana.
Subtitles in English.
Persecución y deportación de mujeres embarazadas, parturientas o en lactancia, así como de menores de edad no acompañados.
Cuando entramos a la consulta médica, inmediatamente llamaron a migración para llevarnos. Estuvieron recorriendo varios hospitales para apresar a otras mujeres embarazadas y luego nos llevaron al centro de detenciones. Como al mediodía me llevaron a otro hospital para hacerme una cesárea.
Según datos del Grupo de Apoyo a Refugiados y Repatriados, durante los primeros 6 meses del 2023, un total de 185.310 migrantes haitianos fueron deportados desde la República Dominicana, de los cuales 1.532 eran mujeres embarazadas y 2.981 menores de edad no acompañados.
Oiga, se lo voy a pedir. Usted dominicana, le voy a solicitar, permítanme hacer nuestro trabajo, que es lo que estamos haciendo, yo le digo honestamente. Iglesia de la bandera, que no estamos haciendo nada ilegal. No pregunta.
En la deportación de personas haitianas y dominico-haitianas en República Dominicana destaca el sesgo racista y la marginación que históricamente ha enfrentado esta población en el país.
Actualmente la situación es extremadamente complicada para los migrantes haitianos porque en República Dominicana se siguen violando sus derechos, son maltratados, llegan a sus casas por la noche y se los llevan sin tener en cuenta su condición, su situación, sin saber si están en situación regular o no.
La gente de la inmigración son tan xenófobos, son tan racistas. Lleva a uno, aunque tiene documentos. Mira, yo tengo mi documento. Mucha gente aquí tiene sus documentos.
Su objetivo no es perseguir a los migrantes haitianos en situación irregular, sino perseguir a todos los haitianos que se encuentran en suelo dominicano. Además, si uno es negro y tiene el pelo encrespado, lo identifican como haitiano.
Esto tiene un fuerte impacto en la salud de las mujeres embarazadas, pues para evitar ser arrestadas y deportadas, muchas deciden no acudir a sus controles médicos. La persecución y deportación de mujeres embarazadas, parturientas o en lactancia, y de menores de edad no acompañados, es una grave violación de derechos humanos y debe parar ya.
Buenas tardes. Solicito a los comisionados que nos...
I asked the commissioners, can I have extra time to provide our closing? Honorable commissioners, by virtue of the foregoing, we, the representatives, have the honor to request, through your intermediation, the following petitions to the authorities of the illustrious state of the Dominican Republic. First, we request that the Honorable Inter-American Commission on Human Rights proceed as soon as possible to conduct an on-site visit to the Dominican Republic to verify the scope of the allegations on the ground and the impact on access to health care for pregnant Haitian migrant women and girls, that the Dominican state put an end to the arbitrary detention and massive deportation of Haitian migrant women, children, and adolescents of Haitian descent, that authorities fully comply with the best interests of the child as a primary consideration in all decisions to prevent family separation and ensure that children have effective access to international protection proceedings. That the Dominican state provides real and effective solutions to the access to the right to nationality for Dominicans of Haitian descent, and that they can enjoy the right to health and other fundamental rights without discrimination. That the state eliminate legal or administrative and segregationist barriers that impede access to health services for women and girls, children, migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, and stateless persons. That the Dominican state, through its competent authorities, adopt without delay regimes of penal, moral, and patrimonial consequences against violators of the human rights of pregnant Haitian women and girls, and that the General Directorate of Migration give due guidance to stop arbitrary arrests in health care centers and access roads to health services. That the Dominican state promote and guarantee the enjoyment of the human rights of girls, boys, adolescents, and women in migration contexts, and address the problem of lack of documentation, recognizing the right to legal personality, and identify the importance of implementing policies to reduce the risk of statelessness among other challenges. Finally, to request and encourage the Dominican state to proceed in accordance with its international human rights commitments, to create effective mechanisms to comply with and implement the decisions of the human rights bodies, and to respect the commitments assumed in policies of non-discrimination and promotion of human rights of all persons in the Dominican territory. I thank you.
Thank you. you have nothing to add because you still have a bit more time. But that is okay. You want to assume the extra time. I already gave you extra time. I now call on the illustrious state of Dominican Republic for their statements, their submissions. 23 minutes.
Buenas tardes, señora presidenta.
Madam President Macaulay, Commissioner Mantilla, Executive Secretary John Mesa, and all members who have requested this meeting. The government of the Dominican Republic, first of all, expresses its thanks and its respect for the Commission and tell you how very much we value the role that the Commission plays in the promotion and protection of human rights. This is, as we all recognize, an essential forum for something so valuable. Those who are with me, right and left, civil servants of representatives of the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, Paulino Cordero, of the Health Service, Luz Fermin, of the National Immigration Directorate, and the Director for Children and Infants. All of us, as a team, have taken very good note of the concerns and the facts that have been put forward by the delegation with which we are meeting. We recognize the facts. In other respects, the focus, I dare not say spin, but let me say the focus which is being placed on a couple of facts are not always something we can go with. It is certain that the absolute foundation stone of my country is respect for human rights. Articles 5, 7, 8, and 38 establish a clear and cogent mandate as to the responsibilities of the state, but also stand for an unavoidable respect for human rights from conception to death. In my country, we respect the right to health through comprehensive health service, and we see that as certainly going to emergency services, and as Article 61 of our Constitution sets forth, particularly under the General Health Law, focuses clearly on precisely the commitment that we have to all of our citizens without exception as to their right to health. And anything that would appear to deliberately move away from those democratic ideals must be spotted and corrected forthwith. Beyond that, the will of the state, Luis Abinader heading the government, has certainly stood by all of the political and more broadly philosophical substrate of these commitments. Now, there is an increase, a substantive increase in the number of labors and births of Haitian women. 14,696 births rose to 27,084 in 2019 and reached 30,322 in 2020, going to 97,000 and many hundreds more the next year. It went up and up. And when we consider the potential for Haitian mothers compared to the health network, 12% in 2018, it's gone up and up, and is now at 23% in 2019, 27% in 2020, 32% in 2022, and as I speak, in 2023, 35%. Now, this does have very considerable impact on the health sector in the Dominican Republic. It obviously sets forth the additional burden that this implies to the Dominican health sector, but it also says a very great deal about the migratory flux that all of this portends and, in fact, highlights, as I've said. My colleague will speak more to this, but we are a little bit surprised at the frankly distorted vision, we believe, that is being given of the maternity services in my country and immigration controls. As we've taken a look at these facts within the context of our migration policy, we see a few things that warrant close attention. Back in 91, or 2001, there were 9,000 and some women, of which 313 were pregnant. That was 3.19% at the time, 3.19% pregnant, relatively low, which confirmed that the policy of repatriation is not specifically tailored to pregnant women. They simply are individuals among a broader specter of people that are being repatriated. But 20,906 was the next group, of which 1,026 were pregnant. That was 5.34%. Now, regardless of that increase, we were not particularly focused or obsessed by pregnant women. We simply noticed an increase, first of all, in the number of people immigrating and consequently later of being repatriated. But in 23, we're talking about 39. 823 of 3,000 and some were pregnant, 11%. This underscores our belief that the policies and practices of repatriation are not tailored toward pregnant women, very much less specifically obsessed by them, neither the one nor the other. Through October, we have seen now 8,600 women repatriated, with 2,252 pregnant. That is a percentage of 3.23%. All of this is in your notes. But this is by no means what is being suggested here, that there's a specific bias against pregnant women, as one would assume from the tone and the tenor of points made. But given the number of Haitians flowing into the Dominican Republic, including pregnant women, it is, yes, a complex situation. It's a dichotomy. On the one hand, we have a human and moral obligation to provide health care to anyone on our territory, and we stand by that. It's part of our principles of human solidarity and our commitments to human rights. On the other hand, we also, you will understand, the need to balance the attention that we can afford to our own citizens as guarded or measured against that we can afford to others. This extraordinary burden that the migrant population makes evident is also, of course, pressing on our financial resources. It is essential, certainly, to help those who are in desperate need of that help, but it is equally imperative that we take an equitable look at how we look at this expenditure and that the principles involved, not only nationally but internationally. We believe there is one no-brainer here. There has to be a joint decision and a recognition of what is before us, and there are elements that are certainly of a priority nature. All of that said, we need to find a balance that is fair to the migrants and not unfair to the nationals. This, I think, certainly points to the need for a multilateral, certainly not just national, view of the situation. We can't handle it alone. That I'll tell you flat out, because everything has a limit, sad to say. And let us say here and now, please do not ask of us what you are not asking of other countries, because the interpretation that we have here and the inference that one can easily draw is that we really better look again, because every number certainly, every number speaks to human lives, to individuals, has to be respected. And while, as such, they are key to formulating policy, also, do they not push us to look at the human rights principles and dignity for all that have to undergird our policy making? The Dominican Republic is not exempt of its own difficulties. We know that the number of actors that operate on our territory are, to put it mildly, to be seriously considered and weighed. We want to move forward as a society. We want to be progressive. And under President Binader, we have focused on the fashioning of public policy that not only tries to streamline our migration policies, but also to work towards the upholding of equity, inclusion, solidarity, humanity, responsibility, transparency, justice, and collective well-being. This is what we all want to uphold. And so we are looking hard at what we can do to improve the lifestyle and the lives, full stop, of the people on our territory. We have not hesitated, where necessary, to intervene with a firm hand, with ethics. We've taken disciplinary measures to sanction those who have not quite lived up to their obligations. These are not punitive measures. What they are is an attempt to uphold integrity and the respect for human rights within our own institutions. And that is why between 22 and 23, we cut out 172 people working in the immigration services, including, by the way, armed services and the police, who went way beyond the bounds of what they were supposed to work within. So we got rid of them. 126 migratory acts and due process were adopted between 20 and 22. This is a milestone, and it speaks to the very conscious effort of the Dominican Republic, underscoring principles of humanity and legality that are the very foundations upon which we are basing our actions. We want to be humane, we want to be just, and we surely want to work within the right of law where justice and equity are the norm. We are launching training sessions on all of these facts, all of these issues, in order to generate an even greater sense of responsibility, knowledge, and awareness that we think will lead to a more harmonious society. We know we're not done. We're bending over backwards to keep at it. And that is why we understand that we must progressively move forward to abide by the principles that we have subscribed in the treaties that we believe in. The Dominican Republic very much believes in the role of this commission in that context, and we turn to you to see how, in your judgment, we might fine-tune and improve our action together with others. It takes a village. Bluntly, we can assure you and all those interested that the Dominican Republic is very much committed to improving its policies and practices in conformity with its international obligations. We're open to dialogue, to reflection, and to corrective action where is needed, and that is unshakable. We are absolutely firm on that, and we get the fact that migratory policies and human rights can always be improved, and we're working to do just that. We'll keep at it so that everyone who comes to our territory can benefit. We shoulder the responsibility that of this country that was forged in the fight for freedom and the dignity of every human being. There is no room on our soil for coldness or indifference to sufferance or blindness towards justice. So let's work together and let's ensure that in that joint effort we can work to affect the heart-rending injustice and crisis that is afflicting Haiti. We're here to express that, and my team will do as much. Luz Fermin will tell you more about what our National Health Service is doing in that regard. Luz Fermin, thank you very much. We, as a country, certainly are well aware of our public health challenges. At the same time, I can assure you that we have not ceased to buttress our action in the context of public health so that our SNS, that's the acronym for the Servicio Nacional de Salud. And let me tell you, it is an obligation to render timely assistance to everyone. Doesn't matter who you are, where you came from, what your name is, or what you believe. This absolutely reflects our commitment to human rights, and that speaks to human rights, universal health for all. Women, children, boys and girls, people with disabilities, most especially. All of our services are free of charge to everyone. This reflects the protocol for medical attention that the Ministry of Public Health have framed. As to prenatal attention, we have been sure to have all of the hospitals in our public network duly trained so that time made available to render the patients assistance is as quick as possible. If there's no ID that the person can show, we simply list the person by the name. And as soon as possible, we have a medical assistant to intervene. We draw up a clinical history where naturally we try to home in on risk factors. We have a presumptive diagnosis that is drawn up. And we back up the diagnosis that comes to us with the most recent technical exams, like the most recent ultrasound. We obviously get the history, we prescribe the necessary drugs, and in the case as which I'm describing here of prenatal care, we talk about nutrition so that mother and baby are aided as much as possible. In our greatest maternity centers, we have translations and interpreters available to help people understand in Creole, in this particular case, what we wish to convey. This is one way in which we have sought to meet the needs of our Haitian sisters so that our patients have the certainty that they can understand what's being said, but equally important, that they are understood. And with respect to prenatals, that's what we do. But there are other areas that we deal with, of course, and going beyond facilitating communication between patient and others, we seek to help women understand better what they need to look out for if they're pregnant. If all is fine, great, but what if something else is going on? We want to try to give them a minimum amount of information. And we're working with UNICEF at the moment, as a matter of fact, on a program called Humanized Birth, which includes better attention, better care in 4 of the main maternities that we have in our cities. All of that said and done, the truth of it and the reality is hair-raising. Very often, they showed up with severe anemia, 2, 4, or 6 grades of hemoglobin. That tells us that nobody could live with that, certainly not an embryo, with no lab work, with no analysis or assistance. All of this puts mothers and babies in a difficult situation. I won't go into severe vaginal infections, urinary infections, things that lead to eclampsia, preeclampsia, convulsion, sometimes come with chronic disease that has, again, not been spotted, let alone treated, and which weighs heavily on that sacred bond between mother and child. We get that, and we regret it, because very often the personnel in the medical context has to act very quickly, trying desperately to save both of those lives. It's not always possible. We have postprandial sepsis. We have a number of other difficulties that can lead to convulsions, as many of you here may know. In 2022, from 2022 to 23, with regard to the Dominican pregnant women, there was a drop in the percentage, but the percentage for Haitians doesn't show that same trend. 5.92 in 22, and it went up to 8.25 for the Haitian women. In 22, we attended 80,964 births, of which 25,818 were of Haitian women. That's 30-some percent. In 23, in our maternities, we attended 87,010 birth rates, of which 27,000 and some belonged to Haitian, 35.5%. Now, the aim of the National Health Service is to ensure that the hospitals in the national network can intervene in a quality fashion, in a timely fashion, and always in respect of basic human rights. Last but not least, we understand that help to puerperal and pregnant women is only part of what we do. We deal with children, we deal with chronic disease, we know we have polytraumatized patients, patients that need surgery, where, of course, you have lab work done as necessary. This overall analysis of what we do points to the need to generate well-thought-out, comprehensive strategies, not only to pregnant women, but to the health of Haitian immigrants in general. We'd like to better understand what leads to these health emergencies, and we see as part of the solution a better cooperation with our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both the state and petitioners, civil society. You have managed your time so well. Thank you. It now behoves me to call on my sister commissioner, Julissa Mantilla, to intervene.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you very much, President. I'd like to greet the representation of the state and civil societies. I had a few comments to make. Firstly, I was listening carefully to both sides. For example, the figures provided by the state. I wanted to remind you that not only the Inter-American Commission, but UN agencies have spoken about this issue. That's important for them as well. They've issued figures. And with regard to the hearings on the situation of women, there was this case about unaccompanied children, but it hadn't been mentioned. But I'd like to ask you for information on those cases. Another thing that I think is important, the video we saw and other information from civil society, these are actually raids, these videos we watch. These were raids of hospitals where women go to get care and then they're arrested. There's detentions. Migration detention. So there's two things. Whether there's a normal presence of the women, are they there? But at what point in time are they being taken into custody? These detentions are taking place. That's important because what we see is caused, well, to avoid these raids, they don't go to these places. That's additional harm to women because they won't go because they know there are going to be raids there. And that leads to further violations of their human rights. And so another thing is the state said there have been investigations. I want to know if there's been punishments, specific punishments when irregular acts in detentions have taken place. But I want you to explain. I would like for you to explain from what we've seen from the video, what we've heard, what we've seen. What is the state's response to this? How does the state explain what we saw in the video? Thank you, Madam President.
Lisa, for my part, I'm rather concerned about one aspect which I've heard nothing about from either side, and that is on the act of expulsion from a country before the act actually happens. What should happen? Surely there must be a judicial step taken. The matter should not be concluded by the act of being detained and excluded. There has to be an intervening judicial hearing in order to be sure that that person has breached some law, regulation, and so on, and falls within, in my opinion, the few migrants who ought to be expelled from a country. And I don't mean specifically Dominican Republic, but that's you're the subject of this hearing today, but all countries, including mine, there has to be that. And if there isn't that, there is a clear violation of people's rights. All migrants, whether they're documented or undocumented, are humans who are entitled to human rights. And one of the things is that we require, our system of human rights requires due process to be used before acts are taken which are detrimental or maybe detrimental to the person, because most of the time when you skip the judicial act, you come to the multiplicity of wrong decisions because you haven't properly tested the facts on which you're operating. So I would like to hear something about that. And the number of hearings relating to the status of visitors, migrants, entrants into Dominican Republic, especially from Haiti, but also from other countries. Maybe how many are done in 1 year, and what happens to them, what are the conclusions the court has taken in regard to any case or hearing brought before the judicial system. And I am an old lady now, quite old, and proud of the fact. And in my life, I believe the saying, there's no smoke without fire. And one thing I've always been puzzled about is when states make positive statements about this does not happen. No state knows what happens on the ground in every area of their country in relation to all their officers that they rely on. No state can know that. And lots of people fall within the cracks. However determined the state may be to keep to legal standards, principles, international standards, and so on. But, my dear ambassador, who I like very much, good friends, but I don't know, I thought I heard you say you abide by the treaties that you believe in. If you say that, that's pretty odd, because your country should abide by treaties it has ratified and is bound by. So that I thought was a very interesting statement, and it's the only statement I made absolute word-for-word note about. So perhaps you could explain to me about that. And I would really, I think what my sister, I adopt what my sister Julissa asked for and mentioned, and there's no point in my repeating it. But this is a very difficult position, and I've always been worried about the relationship between Haiti and Dominican Republic, and as country rapporteur, it still worries me. And I fear that I will die without it being resolved in the way it should be by neighbors. We must remember, those of us who believe Christ said, love thy neighbor as thyself. If we believe, and if we think that that's a good idea. And the world would be a better place if we lived by that saying. And I have no doubt, because I've had many, many meetings in Dominican Republic, that the intent is there, but maybe the flesh is weak. And I'm sure on the Haitian side, the intent is also there. And I'm sure Haiti would want to keep their people within their borders if they could. But when you think about the history of Haiti and what has been done to them by the European country which colonized it and ensured that it would be the poorest country in the world for years and years and years, and continuing, they fall within a special category. And unfortunately, there are places in the world which are at war now where the people fall within a special category. I think, oh dear, what are we going to do about this world? And what are we going to do about the world of Dominican Republic and Haiti? And Haitians who need help. Because through no fault of their own, they're forced into a situation of desperation that they have to try to cross the border in the hopes of finding some little avenue of living better for themselves and their children. Is the world too small for us? I doubt it. Because even countries that say they're overcrowded, when you go there, you look, you see empty, empty, empty forest spaces and so on. We can all do more. And I am suggesting that the Dominican government opens its doors to persons from Haiti who are honestly interested in the welfare of their people, and because of that interest would by necessity be interested in the welfare of Dominicans as well. So if you can open doors of an office, sit together every now and then and talk openly, have open dialogue with each other. That is what neighbors should do, and see about coming to some kind of resolution. Because if not, one cannot predict what might happen. I think I've nattered on too much, and it's time that I can invite you for, what is the hour now? I forget. 10 minutes, yes. You can respond for 10 minutes, and then after that, the stage will have 10 minutes as well. And then we will close in the hopes that we come up with some practicums that we can engage in. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, dear Maria Martinez from Mostach. I must underscore that we in civil society, we'd like a opening of the state, and then sincerely, it's been there are gaps in healthcare, and the state has said that. But these gaps in health can become violations of human rights, particularly of migrants and descendants of migrants. I must point out, but we're not just migrants who use the healthcare system, and we're not just those who are adversely affected. We have the problem that Dominicans of Haitian descendants, women particularly, we've tried to gain access to this system, and because of the lack of documentation, we can't gain access. We have the 24th of July case of Miss Castillo. She was expelled from the national territory, and she was Dominican of Haitian Dominican, and she had a birth certificate. Then we have Miss Hoica, who on October 4th, she also went to several healthcare centers trying to give birth, and it was 2 days to her process and she nobody took care of her. We had to go to the Human Rights Commission to be able to enable this. These gaps and challenges are not unfortunate. Unfortunately, they're not a position that other than state-sponsored discrimination, even though the state is in its right, within its territory, and when there are violations by immigrants and descendants, Afro-descendants, however, they can't be there if they have violated rights. But through the National Council in September issued a resolution wherein Item 5, it refers to access to healthcare centers for women in labor. And civil society is not making this up. We have video, documentary evidence, and we've provided to the commission, and we know that the state has received them too. Even though it's true that of 20,000 some odd people, 1,200 people were in labor or pregnant, there's no due process for them. And so that's why we have these statistics. If we talk about 20,900 some odd women in a period of 1 year, thus far this year, the courts of the Republic haven't verified any due process proceedings. We have requested it from the administrative courts to release an individual, and this court did not grant this. It was the case of Ms. Yan, which was explained by my co-worker here, that unfortunately the Dominican Republic, there has to take powerful, compelling measures with regard to Mexico. And there's been meetings, and there's been no meeting with civil society to deal with this issue. We've tried to put together a protocol for deportation where a person would have the ability to settle their situation and explain why they have not been able to gain access to documents. Let's recall, we had an immigration plan for regularization, and in this plan, unfortunately, the government has currently not renewed 98% of migration documents. The same thing happens with people who under a section of the law. What the government has done, the General Office of Migration and the police, what they do is they assess the national plan and they say, this plan is obsolete and it did not have the proper tools to provide adequate documentation to people, and so people are in limbo. They're unable to do anything. We have more than 100 cases who are trying to get this documentation, and it's been denied by the state only because it's part of the national regularization plan. So we don't know what to do as civil society. We've spoken with the Office of Foreign Relations. We've tried to create a working group and hold meetings where we can settle our differences to get out of our national territory, but the state has refused to do so. With regard to unaccompanied children, the state itself provided statistics. They're in national newspapers. They've been reported everywhere. They've been reported in writing, 20,000 some odd people. However, we as civil society have an observation about this. We have an issue there because there's no protocol for registration. And we found that a lot of these cases have not been documented. They've been exposed directly to deportation across the border. There's no records or registration. Migration has no registry of these people. That's happened in the case of Mr. Castillo, where the Dominican state refused or denied having expelled him, and he was outside in Haitian territory. He was there. We had a hearing to deliberate this, and then it was nullified because there was no proof that he was out across the border, but he was. And the consular office in Haiti also saw this, and so the state has to look at this evidence. We have concrete evidence. It's tough for us as civil society and as me as a Dominican that we're here again where this could have been worked out back home. And that's why we demand the state to open up a dialogue where we can settle our differences before we come to an international body. Thank you. Greetings again. Margaret was saying that prior to the expulsion, there has to be due process, hearings, right? That's what President Margaret Macaulay said. And so after reading about how frequent this happens in the number, it's impossible for the Dominican Republic or the courts would have the ability to bring before the courts all of these individuals each month. What the state sort of says 50,000, then the next month 70,000. But the immigration law and the regulation under a particular article that every foreigner who is illegally or legally on Dominican soil and has an order of expulsion in effect is entitled to these hearings. We can see this with other nationals. For example, Venezuelans, they can be held a long time during the proceeding. But it doesn't happen with Haitians. In 70 some odd hours, they're thrown out to the other side of the border. The Dominican Republic doesn't look at any statistics about Haitian nationals do not undergo proceedings before courts, so that due process is respected. Okay, so just to wrap up, I don't think any one of us is going to speak except for me, so I'm going to take up the caboose here. As a Dominican woman, as a mother, as a feminist, it really grieves me to see what's going to see a child hanging in a paddy wagon, the mother next to him. It just splits my heart in two. We are human beings. Most of us here are women. We have to come up with a solution. We must find a way to put our heads together. We're like islands, and we're an island, and as an island, we're together. We have to get along. And so this shows that women are losing our rights that we had gained years ago. We had conquered these, and we've lost them. And in the most vulnerable point of time, all women know that the most vulnerable time we have is when we're gestating, when we're pregnant. That is the point in time where we are defenseless. The state has to look closely at this. I don't believe it's everybody's fault, but we have tried to devote ourselves to keep this from happening. And what I did love that we're not calling on just there being a conviction, but also punishment. There's violence against women. That's in the midst of all this. This is an important time for us to open up spaces of dialogue, as was proposed by the representative of the state, for us to look at this and that we can learn and we can deal with issues of gender-based violence, equality, love, and solidarity. And care for each other, caring for each other. Thank you very much.
Have you finished?
¿Ya termina?
Por otro lado,
Very quickly.
un poco cerrando las brechas.
Just sort of to wrap up the challenges to the state, we want to say that there be a greater investment in health. Remember, we have a GDP of 2.7% that's invested in all of the country in health. We've called for an increase in 5% of the percentage of it. It was the lowest index in almost the entire hemisphere. Just Guatemala has less. We have the fewest resources to invest in health of our GDP as a percentage of GDP.
Thank you very much. I now invite the state to make its final statement.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, Madam President. With regard to the comment that you made about my comment, I think maybe it was an issue of translation, because in my remarks, the word I use, I'm going to say it again. Our country has assumed responsibility of implement progressively the recognized rights in the treaties that we have signed. Obviously, we cannot implement obligations that don't appear. So I think it's a mistake, a translation error. But also, I think it's another thing that I find very unfortunate that was said by civil society. Well, we all saw, and everybody saw it, an incident that was exposed in this vehicle, immigration vehicle, and it was unacceptable what happened. The Dominican state does not endorse such behavior. And to expose a child and his family to this unworthy, indecent, and so that the agent was dismissed. But this dismissal, that's not everything, this punishment. And if it was a criminal violation, obviously, the Office of the Public Prosecutor has every right and the ability and the power to move against them and bring criminal charges against the agent. But once such violations are verified, this would be done. Thirdly, we have heard here the use of terms like barbarism in referring to the treatment that the state of the Dominican Republic gives to these people in hospitals. But we cannot accept this, because this statement, this assertion that that's the way we treat patients, first of all, there must be prudence, proportionality in the use of language, word choice, because words like this are violations of human rights. Could talk about genocide. They could be like crimes against humanity. And this kind of assessment and this superlative language and the choice of words can make things very difficult in our social fabric. We please ask to cease to use such these words and use appropriate language in our country, and that the state is willing and able, of course, to take advantage of any opportunity to meet. In light of the reports of abuses in hospitals and in immigration operations, there's no instruction to go to healthcare centers or hospitals to conduct it, to use them as points of deportation. These are isolated cases, and this is not a systematic policy of the government, of the authorities. The authorities investigate any report to take the appropriate corrective action. The government of the Dominican Republic categorically rejects the assertion that we're trying to turn maternity wards, healthcare centers, hospitals into detention centers for deportation. Those assertions are not only incorrect, but because they ride roughshod over the paramount purpose of these institutions whose purpose is to provide care to anybody, regardless of their migration status or where they're from. And now, with regard to inclusion and universality, maternity in the Dominican Republic includes all women, any and all women, in their most vulnerable point of their lives during labor. And we warmly and professionally provide care, and these spaces can be used for nothing but for the purposes they're intended for. And this is our policy in our country. We have to point out the separation of functions between migration control and provision of healthcare. It's very clear, this difference. That healthcare people are committed to safeguard confidentiality of information and the safety and health and integrity of the patient, and they follow a code of conduct which prevents or bans any form of discrimination. If we reject any attempt to twist what the purpose is of our healthcare centers, they are only they only take in any person who requires medical care in a proper way. And lastly, with regard to hard data, with regard to the administrative and judicial proceedings that you asked for, that wasn't part of this discussion. So we've taken note of this to provide you with these statistics. In any case, the Dominican Republic, we have a particular immigration law. And with regard to Haiti, we have a protocol of understanding of the repatriation mechanism, which was signed in 1999 with that country. And under that protocol, the Office of the Foreign Ministry has pledged to improve the foundations and practices and regulations. We're trying to put together a document at this time to meet the present needs in this regard. This is an example of how the Dominican state is acting proactively so that its procedures are updated and its actions are in line with the expectations both nationally and with regard to our international commitments. And lastly, dialogue has always been at the forefront in our minds and in our history. Solidarity and of the Dominican people towards Haiti and its situation is a constant in our nation. It's a solidarity that is born out of the geographic proximity and historical ties. And many times in history we've seen this not only with aid in times of crisis, but also in day-to-day interaction and fraternal interaction. And we have provided access to education and health, basic services in a spirit of hospitality and as good neighbors. And so we're joined by the National Council, joins us, a member, to talk to it. And she can talk to us about what the unaccompanied minors, how we deal with them at the request of Commissioner Mantilla. Thank you. Good afternoon. The Dominican Republic is strongly committed to the protection of the rights, fundamental rights of children and adolescents. This commitment is based on legislation currently in force, including two particular laws that have the Code for the Protection of Children and Adolescents. We have undertaken a broad display of protection policies that are effective to protect this segment of the population, regardless of their nationality. And we promoted since November of 2020 different initiatives to accompany and support children and adolescents who are in a situation of human mobility. This is part of the children's protection policy of children who are vulnerable in public spaces. Over the course of the last 3 years, there's been reinforcement of the response capacity to provide timely response to children, unaccompanied children and adolescents who are in Dominican territory and irregular migration situation. The actions we've taken include family reunification on Dominican soil, or the assisted return to their country of origin for family reunification. These measures have been realized through the following actions: defining and executing procedures and routes of specialized care in the framework of the rights of the children, and it's based on the best interests of children and adolescents, strengthening local capacity of border offices, incorporating specialized technical personnel in the area of human mobility, with social workers particularly, who are assigned permanently to these migration centers in 4 border crossing areas, in areas where the most cases appear. 3, development of the technical capacity of the professional teams to address in a timely fashion with a human rights approach, ensuring adequate care and assistance to every child in mobility. And this means for Konani an improvement, enhancement of the infrastructure and logistical aspects of all offices, with special focus on the border offices, providing the necessary inputs and supplies, means of transportation, and other technological tools. Timely care, dealing with these cases with automated systems, and this is part of the deployment of a particular system which has been implemented with UNICEF support, technical and financial support. Also, improvement of residential programs to implement special protection measures for children and adolescents who are migrants, and with particular attention or focus on the rights of those affected. As a result of this collaboration, we currently under review and validation the protocol to identify, care for, and protect children and adolescents in mobility from January to September of 2023, based on notifications from the Department of Migration. And Konani has assisted a total of 2,000 plus children and adolescents who were unaccompanied, of which 861 have been reunified with their family in the Dominican Republic, and some 1,400 have been have undergone assisted return to their country to be reunified, and through contact and coordination with the Institute of Well-Being and Inves. Konani, it is its job to protect children and adolescents who are anywhere in Dominican territory, paying attention particularly of children and adolescents who are in mobility. They're put into temporary residences to ensure in this way their right to protection, care, food, nutrition, health, education, and other fundamental rights. Currently, 180 some odd children are in this residential program, which represents 90 some odd percent of 6,000 or so children who take part in this model of care. Lastly, the Dominican Republic, in its capacity as a responsible state, it protects young children, and it will continue to implement its policies to comply with the rights of children and adolescents, providing particular care and attention to those who are vulnerable because of their migration status. This is a testimony of our tireless commitment to respect for rights.
Well, we were offering 1 minute, but she didn't need it in the end. Well, I do hope dialogue will result from this hearing here today, and then we can have a report from both sides about what is agreed, and between you two, what the plans are, and so on. We hope for that very strongly, and that you will have dialogue, certainly with civil society here present and others in Dominican Republic, on a regular basis. Don't let a whole year or even half a year go without having some form of dialogue. What are your concerns? what are your concerns, you can say, both sides. Let your hair loose and deal with it so that you can come to some resolution. And it would be good, like every quarter you have a meeting. That would help, I think. And we can hopefully go forward. And then I can die in peace when it happens.
No, please.
We all have to die when it happens in God's time. But truly, you are neighbors. It will be good if you are indeed really neighbors in every way. And we'll pray for that. So, we come to the end of this hearing, and I thank the illustrious state of Dominican Republic and the civil society. Both sides were extremely clear about their truth, and there is not a marrying of them. So you have to meet, talk, and marry. Thank you. This meeting is at an end.
Sí, señor.
one to which we have devoted our attention, and it deals with the protection of women, defenders of the earth, the territory, and the environment in Colombia. And when I look to my right and see this impressive lineup, I say, yes, bravo, here you are, ladies. It is a joy to have you with us. What a joy to have here this conglomerate of associations, civil society. And so I'm not going to read out all the names of the associations. I think it makes much better sense to ask you to do so individually when I give you the floor. For those of you who may not know who I am, or seen me today, I am Esmeralda Arosemena de Tortiña. I am the first vice president of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. I'm the rapporteur for the rights of indigenous peoples and rapporteur equally for boys, girls, and adolescents. I am pleased to be flanked by Commissioner Julissa Mantilla, and we have, as I speak, Commissioner José Luis Caballero. I need you, and I've got you now, José Luis. Thank you very much. And Commissioner José Luis Caballero, who is our rapporteur for Colombia. Commissioner Mantilla is rapporteur for the rights of women. I also am pleased to be accompanied today by our special rapporteur on the economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights, Javier Palumo, who is also on his, can't call it a maiden voyage, but on his first sailing, I shall say, as rapporteur of this special session and special rapporteurship. I'd like to particularly greet the petitioner associations and also the distinguished representation of the state of Colombia. Thanks to you all for taking the trouble to come, for accepting the convening of this hearing. We're pleased to have you with us. Now, we have before us a proposal from the High Commissioner of Colombia on human rights in the UN. Is she connected now? Thank you, Juliette de Rivero, who shall also, of course, speak to us at the appropriate time over the course of the hearing. Why are we here? Well, we are here particularly above and beyond the raison d'etre of our coming together. We are here, I say, to receive all of the key information that you may so deem with regard to danger and lack of protection that you all face, you ladies who are the eco-feminists, the defenders of the environment and of women, as well as the way in which you are managing, rather, the conflict that all of this has generated vis-a-vis the state of Colombia. And as it happens, this issue touches on a vast array of measures that are essential to building total and genuine peace, which is what the state of Colombia so wants. True peace, a peace that is the peace of democracy and the rule of law, and that most especially surely includes the viewpoint of women, and not least you women, indigenous women, defenders of the earth on which you live. I know you're aware of times, but you will have 20 minutes representing civil society, 20 minutes for the state, another 20 minutes for the representative of the United Nations. Then the Commission asks questions for another 20 minutes, at the end of which the ball goes back in the court of each of you on either side of this table, the representatives of the different organizations of civil society, and then the state. We begin with the latter, that is, with civil society, and as I hinted a minute ago, I would like to have each of you introduce yourselves. Who are you? And what is the name of the organization that you represent? We also greet the entire audience that is present in the room and the one that is listening via virtual electronic means. You have the floor. I hope I can be heard. Yes, indeed. Good afternoon, commissioners, high commissioners, delegates of the state of Colombia, all of you who see us and can hear us. A very good afternoon to you all. The delegations that have requested this hearing are the collective of women in right and the 65 organizations that build peace in the Caribbean region of Colombia. This group of defenders includes Belinda Marquez, representing defenders of the earth Asomuproca. We also have Santa Marta and Sierra Grande. We also have a representative of rural groups in Sucre, Montes de Maria, Raquel Pérez de Albo, who is also a representative of Recto Mujeres, who comes from Sembrano in Bolívar, Montes de Maria. We also have Lorena Romero and Cristina Romero representing the collective Women of Right in Baranoa on the Atlantic coast. We have Chelsea Archibald, a feminist lawyer for Women of Right, and San Andres, Santa Catalina, and the Caribbean coast. As an associate, international association, we have Alfredo Irujo, who represents areas at risk, and furthermore, the collective Mujeres al Derecho of Cartagena and Bolívar. Let me simply state that for this delegation and the great number of defender women whom represent here, the sea coast, the environment, both within and at the coast, these are all vital, vital areas to our living. We cannot stand idly by while we see, not only in the Colombian Caribbean area, but as it is happening throughout Latin America, ongoing erosion and destruction of our natural resources. These are ours, not to mention the violent acts on the part of the state that we also suffer. Over to you. Hi, good afternoon, distinguished members of this Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. I'm Estela Villalba. I'm an eco-feminist. I'm a lawyer, and I believe in territorial peace. Defender of the Year for 2022 was the Peace Prize for Defender of Rights. This was the first women's rights collective where 19 consultative states also chimed in and thanked us for the role that we have played in the defense of human rights, women and children, defending our economic, social, and cultural rights. We are very much aware of what we have to contribute to the system of inter-American human rights. We have been speaking up for justice, for women and little girls to better defend themselves against discrimination and this ongoing dehumanization that we see right and left throughout the world. We are really the last of the last and totally forgotten. And in the whole program of going to 2030 in a better position, we are the losers. When I started off, I realized how terrifically dangerous the ongoing threats were that I kept receiving, and very much involving crimes against humanity. My freedom, my integrity, that of my family, my friends. On the 23rd of December 2019, my only son, who was 17 years old, was nearly kidnapped. He was tortured and dealt with extraordinarily arbitrarily by agents of Barranquilla, dressed in their uniforms and known for their acronym CAI. Some of them were hooded. No way to know who exactly they were, but they showed up distinctly with the attempt to kidnap my son. No explanation. I cried out. He was underage. He didn't have any danger, but they nearly asphyxiated him. They faked drowning. It went on and on. Others wanted to help but were risking their lives, but they cried out and mobilized others. And I received the news that he was as good as dead. I was desperate, as you can imagine. What if nobody had told me what was happening? And no person should be so victimized for standing up for rights. Least of all those who are laying their lives on the line, as the case for me and all of the defenders with me, for our earth, for our environment. I immediately cried up. I went to the public ministry, to the prosecutor's office to seek justice. I spoke and begged for measures to be taken to find out who these guys were. But I and my child only came up against deaf ears. And that arbitrary detention of my son went on. There was ongoing harassment and threats, and this not just by the people who carried out the initial attack, but quite frankly, from the authorities. My son and I, at the end of the day, realized that the only thing to do was to get the heck out of there, and so we did. With the help of other defenders in our organization. And by the way, even as I speak, we have stayed away. We have no reasonable way of going back to where we live without clear support from the state. You know, I could go on and on. From 2012, I have been attacked more than 15 times. I've been threatened with death, being tracked, with being taken to court, thrown into jail, and treated with great disrespect because of my gender. And all of that in total impunity. Nobody did a thing. I am Lorena Romero Ortega. I am the niece of Estela Romero. And together with my family, my brothers, my sisters, I have witnessed the systematic attacks to us and to all of us. If impunity is what my aunt and my cousin have suffered, what can we expect, we who are at the very beginning of the struggle, unlike the two of them who have been at it for years? But that has not dissuaded us, and we will be damned if we'll let it go. Our land, our environment, our life, the Caribbean, as it washes the shores of Colombia, is ours. We will not allow ourselves to be just another set of statistics. I have been a mother absolutely distraught by the thought of losing her son. I have been the witness also of a negligent state that victimizes and re-victimizes all of us defenders. A defense of human rights surely is a democratic freedom. It shouldn't cost us our life, let alone our family and our children. I raise my voice here, and I will not name them all, but I have them in my mind because they're a long list of those who have died, and for them I cry out for justice, for truth, and for immediate assistance. Thank you. I wonder if we can get a little help getting connected. The gentleman's mouth is moving, but we cannot hear him. This is Alfredo Irujo. You can now be heard, sir. Go right ahead. Distinguished members of the Commission, I am speaking here on behalf of the International Observatory, known by its acronym in French, and the Conseil National of Paris and of Italy. These are the two founding members of this international group of bar associations, and we see ourselves as a group that helps lawyers who are, because of the exercise of their profession and their beliefs, subject to mortal threats. So we work closely with such associations throughout the world to ensure that defense is available. We believe, of course, certainly in the free and fair exercise of the legal profession for upholding of the rule of law. We know that throughout this planet, our colleagues, men, women of all ages, are tortured, are subject to forced disappearances, lose their lives because they have simply upheld freedom, fundamental freedoms. Let us remember the declaration of the UN on the role of magistrates. The role of a defender is absolutely essential and respected in the jurisprudence. The role of these men and women, of these lawyers, risk their lives knowing that they will be identified with their clients because they believe in the causes that they are putting forward. And we are here to defend Colimar, knowing how much since 2014, due to their professional work on behalf of human rights, they have continued to be harassed and threatened. As our colleague has also said, she who was in fact threatened with disappearance and the disappearance of her son in December of 2019, and which, after having found him, has led to their being exiled, self-exiled from the country. The prosecution did state at one point in a writ that stated lack of motivation and a pattern of facts that lacked coherence was certainly an important factor in this picture. But we also have the lack of protection. Our petitions have fallen on deaf ears, and the minimum amount of due process and attention to those that work in Colimar is obvious. The observatory, as a member of the 2022 group of jurists that was launched in 22, has expressed our concerns to the Colombian authorities and are begging those authorities to take all due measures to defend and protect these women, to be included sending information to the prosecution and to the various members with regard to this ongoing risk that the lawyers are facing. Our requirement, I should say, the interpreter corrects herself, our request of the Colombian state is as follows. Elolia D. asks the Colombian government to fully implement the basic principles of the United Nations on the role of lawyers, such that timely measures can be taken to protect the human rights of herself, her compatriots, with guarantees of non-repetition of the conditions of great risk that she has suffered. Eloya D. likewise asked the state of Colombia to follow the reports of the Commission for Truth and the High Office of the Commission of the United Nations on this point with regard to Colombia. Eloyade then asks that whatever resources are necessary to carry this out be generated, and that these be used in a manner that is consensual with the beneficiaries. We would ask that Commission to approve the precautionary measures that have been generated to their benefit. Eloyade ended, and so we do, on behalf of my observatory, we will continue to follow this case and certainly be very careful that the entire collective Colimar is duly recognized and defended. These young women work in concrete ways, and we ask that these be respected as well as they themselves. Thank you very much. I'm Cara Camacha. I'm representing here a number of women that have been assassinated by a Colombian state that has been abusive. Another who was killed along with her husband, Vicenta Segovia, who died as one among many victims of government. I'm also Yolanda Fernandez. I was killed among other victims. Graciela Hernandez, also killed. Maria Cervantes, who died after enormous undue prosecution at 35. I'm Belinda Marquez. I am a member of the first farming women in Colombia that have suffered from criminal attacks from the state over the entire Caribbean coast of Colombia. This is the third time I am here. I am representing not only myself, but I am representing all of my dead friends and allies. We have here a personal and a collective process and procedure that we wish you to know of and respect. We are peaceful, and we are facing ongoing environmental crises, poorer and poorer, forgotten. But we're out there. We're defending the environment, the air, the sea, and the land. Not forgetting my friend Magdalena, who had international protection, still lost her life. And I won't even go into the untold losses at the level of the flora and the fauna. We are agriculturists, we are fisher women, and for 20+ years we have risen up against undue violence from the Colombian government. All kinds of edicts and proclamations have been passed, but nothing changes. We live under threats. We live without any protection at all on the part of the state. Some government representatives say, oh, come on, you're a bunch of lawyers. You don't know what you're doing. You don't plan for anything. You can't see as far as your nose. We know better. This government says that it is the government of change. President Petro keeps saying it. He says this is the government for women and by women. I'm here to tell you that in the area from which I come, Magdalena, we don't see any of that. What we are trying to do is to plan and to ensure that a particular sustainable project can indeed improve the quality of ourselves and our lives. With that, I'm happy to give the floor to my colleague. I'm Raquel Juliana Pérez de Algo. I also defend in Sembrano, Bolivia, all of the living beings and the entire environment. I have suffered from difficulties environmentally and socially that over the course of time has become untenable. In every one of the territories of Monte Maria from which I come, despite the fact that this is a zone that is incredibly productive, we're doing very badly. And people with money just see us as a great place to come and chop everything down and build factories. We cannot simply stand here idly, because so long as the state sees dollar signs when they look at us, we'll be in danger. We will continually be vulnerable. Santo Domingo de Mesa and others are provinces, parts of the land where we are, that certainly have a great deal of wealth. Wealth that is in the environment. But lately, there has been great hardship because of disease, because of loss of harvest, and very often the impact of industrialization not too far away. There is now an imbalance, and people are appropriating land and water. We know that for centuries we have been mistreated, always because we stood up for what was our own. Sembranos is an area in which many women don't have that precious good, which is drinking water. And we know how many of our farmers continually have to deal with floods, thereby losing an untold number of crops. It's a tough life, but we haven't given up, and certainly not we women, although we are particularly affected. There is a great deal of pollution as well, not helped by climate change and its impact on the environment. We all lived through COVID not long ago, and we know how hard it hit communities such as mine, locally and nationally. But we've never given up. We have run out of time, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies, I should say, the interpreter corrects herself. Let me now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the State of Colombia, and you have 2 minutes more to balance the time that civil society used.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and greetings to all the commissioners who have joined us here at the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, in the requesting organizations that are here at this thematic hearing. And I emphasize it's thematic because we heard about a precautionary measure from them, and that isn't the subject of this hearing. We're going to, 5 of us will speak for 5 minutes each. I first want to thank the Commission for the fact that you have held this meeting and this thematic hearing, this theme. And I consider that there has to be a differential policy in considering environmental policy to be able to, for women to be able to exercise their human rights throughout the territory. And I'm very happy that it's mainly women right now that we're dealing with, that we're trying to the extent we can, even from the OAS, to provide protection to rural women. It's actually is consistent with the theme that we're emphasizing here at the OAS, and also concrete actions taken by the different agencies of this Colombian state. We can underscore that this is a government of ecosystem defenders, and proof of this is our vice president is one of them, Francia Marquez. And we must underscore that on November 5th of 1992, President Petro underscored the Iguazu agreement. How many times was it attempted, this movement by President Petro, to try to ratify the Escazú, and it also always got sunk in the Congress. Finally, in this government, recently, it creates an inter-American legal framework for protection for environmental defenders. And likewise, I would like to point out, together with the government of Chile, we have called for an advisory opinion from the Inter-American Court of Human Rights about climate emergency. We've requested such an advisory opinion so we can realize a standard with regard to the right to a healthy environment and to determine what are the duties of each state. The court will do so with regard to when confronting climate change. And so a strategy has been put forward to promote and support the rights of environmental defenders with emphasis on women. That's what this government has done. And under this mandate, the Office of Education and Participation has been formulating strategies for defenders of land and environment, and together with organizations under Article 9 of the Agreement of Escazú with regard to human rights defenders in environmental matters. And at the first meeting, and with the Ministry of the Environment and outside of it, with other state authorities, international organizations, and social organizations, they've met together to address this. The strategy for defenders of the environment and the earth deal with 5 major planks. Firstly, the universal system and local and regional standards for defense of the land and the environment, which is the wheelhouse of this ministry. Secondly, there was a diagnostic assessment conducted, done by environmental defenders. It was determined that they were a target. Third, establish the general goal and specific objectives of the different strategies. And 4, developed each one of the strategic actions, visibilize, observe, and etc. And trying to make these interdependent and comprehensive. In this way, the Ministry of the Environment will take on the responsibility to adopt possible measures to turn around the phenomena of violence against women defenders, which hampers the important job you all do. And as a consequence, it makes it much harder to comply with the obligations of the states to have a healthy environment in the struggle against climate change. Next, we give the floor the Ministry of the Interior, the Ministry of Defense, the National Unit for Protection, and the Office of the Attorney General of the nation, who you will hear from directly to know what efforts are being made and what actions are being taken to protect the environment and women who defend the territory, the land, and the environment. Good afternoon to everybody. The position of President Gustavo Petro, the national government has taken an active and reactive position with regard on behalf of all Colombians who are at risk, particularly women who defend the land and the territory and the environment. Therefore, in the framework of the remit of our ministry and in compliance with our constitutional obligations and our international obligations, we have conducted the following actions. Firstly, a comprehensive program for a guarantee of protection of women. 2, this program has been pushed forward by these human rights and environmental defenders and plays an important role in building the social fabric in communities, and that is written into the National Development Plan from 2020 to 2026 as an instrument of public policy whereby we attempt to ensure the rights of these leaders and defenders. One of the progress that we've made is in 2023, 2026, under the plan, we've taken the following actions. First, we've taken stock of what has been implemented in the different regions. We produced a document, a survey document, which talks about the implementation of the program. This was done with the ministry, which was ascertained with information that was disseminating to women defenders, together with the office of the Chief Oversight Officer of the nation and other offices. Secondly, prioritizing regions. There were different regions and subregions of the country where the women's efforts have been conducted by women organizations that had implemented these actions. And this was brought before the technical working group of the BIC and different international cooperation agencies and other government agencies, and workshops for dealing with the development plan of 2022-2026. We established a dialogue group with the women's movement, which has support from both the Office of the Public the Oversight Office, the Ombudsman's Office, and many other agencies. The purpose of this group is to technically support the Ministry of the Interior as the technical secretariat of the program and to work in a coordinated fashion. Together with what I just said, there have been 2 meetings with women leadings and defenders to gather proposals in Putumayo. On the 4th to 6th of September, we had the attendance of 40-some-odd women in total for all the different meetings. In presence, there were 374 women leaders took part. 4 processes of systematization, analysis of information with a methodological tools put together by FUPAT, the Pan American Foundation for Development. We collected information. Currently, this information is being compared by the different constitutional missions and different offices to be able to decide and reach a consensus on the actions that have to be taken under the national plan. Lastly, the review by the defenders, the social leadership role they play in defense of human rights, and collectively by women in each one of the territories of Colombia, as well as the commitment to move forward decisively to bring about the enjoyment of rights by Colombian society is fundamental in building a social culture with respect for human rights. In this regard, defenders are born in our Colombia, and it's designed to be a space of recognition of the work done by these women leaders and defenders for the purpose to exalt and to thank them for, extol their efforts and thank them for the work they do in the territory, and as contributing to the improvement of this. So the Ministry of Interior reaffirms its commitment of the government to protect women who have been affected horribly by violence. I would like to wrap up my remarks and respectfully give the floor to my colleague from the Ministry of Defense at this time. Good afternoon. The security and defense sector greets the agenda put forward by the Commission to talk about the protection of rural women as defenders of the land and the environment, which contributes to realization of food security in the country. This role and virtue of women, the Ministry of Defense recognizes its potential and importance of strengthening security in the territories pursuant to this, as established in the policy for security, defense, and in this regard, the political sectoral policy defines the strategy for strengthening legitimacy of the public security forces in terms of mainstreaming a differentiated approach in policies and management of the security and defense sector, with an emphasis on implementation of the guidelines of the Resolution 1325 of 2000 of the Security Council of the UN with regard to the women, peace, and security agenda. That for this purpose, we've been accompanying the military and police forces in meetings to put together and implement the National Action Plan Resolution 1325. Also, the sectoral policy includes generating conditions necessary for the strategy to prioritize guarantees of security for women leaders and defenders of human rights in terms of contributing to promoting this program, which is fostered by the Ministry of the Interior. It's a comprehensive public policy to ensure the labor of the defense of human rights. These commitments of sectoral policy are cut across all of our policies and our joint plan, the Ayacucho plan, and also the comprehensive strategy of security with an emphasis in climate change and citizen coexistence, peaceful coexistence. We're trying to deal with populations in vulnerable situations, also prioritize women leaders and defenders of human rights. We, in 2020, 109 prevention campaigns in 2022, and in 2023, 121 of these campaigns, prevention campaigns, were conducted. And then also, we have engaged with 122 in 82 occasions, implementing 600 preventive measures in 2022 and 503 in 2023. An activation of care routes for environmental leaders and peasants and indigenous communities. And in for its part, the military forces, based on its distinctive capacity to promote the comprehensive actions of the state, has been carrying out support in the development of rural areas, and we prioritize assistance to productive projects and infrastructure projects and environmental workshops. And so with a different joint department of intercultural action and the Human Rights Office of the National Police, we ratify the institutional commitment to aid and protection of women defenders of the land, territory, and the environment. Also, allow me to say that we've totally open at the Ministry of Defense through technical assistance to the UN offices to be able to deal with any emergency situation that may arise.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I'd like to say that the National Protection Office, under the current administration, which began in August of 2022, it began its term, has been dealing with requests for protection that have come in from women defenders of land, territory, and the environment, both on an individual and a collective level. And the NOP understands the importance of addressing these vulnerabilities that women defenders have, and to specifically deal with them. And we're implementing an analysis protocol, a risk assessment analysis for these human rights leaders and environmental defenders, to also in pursuant to the National Development Plan, which constitutes the formal and legal instrument under which the objectives of the current government are written. And in 2012, the Ministry of the Interior, since that time, we've been engaged in trying to build support for women, and we've fostered representatives of women's platforms, and at the same time implementation of an agenda aimed towards peace and security, where we also must point out that we're trying to prevent and protect women, prevent this violence, an ethnic differential approach under the recommendations using a gender-based approach. And the National Protection Unit also, we've been working on protection to aid in preventing violence against women in the context of the armed conflict, ensuring their participation and fostering their empowerment using a human security approach through the different gender territorial groups, which are sort of like the diaspora of this entity. What we're trying to do is coordinate and strengthen and implement actions with a gender-based approach and a differentiated approach, with the participation of national authorities and also authorities from local, departmental, etc., to establish procedures to guide this assistance to women victims. Also, the National Unit of Protection has been strengthening in the area of gender, different areas such as the following. We have been evaluation, risk assessment of specialized personnel, particularly women. These professionals and have received broad awareness raising on a gender-based approach, and there have been a specialist in primary psychological care to support these women defenders to confront the situation of immediate risk that they face and to adapt emotionally speaking. And also the National Protection Unit, we've implemented different projects to improve or enhance the channels of communication and facilitate access and reduce response time, and to reformulate the operation plan and to coordinate with the national police and different local governments. And all these authorities are responsible for providing primary care. At NOP, my office, we have a firm commitment, staunchly committed to protect these defenders and leaders. We recognize the courageous role played by these women who are decided and to ensure and we will ensure their well-being and their safety, and we will work closely with these women's organizations and other actors involved and stakeholders to implement anything we can so that they can exercise safely and freely, free of violence, their leadership. Good afternoon, members of the Commissioner, petitioners, and everybody else present. From the Office of the Attorney General Special Office, we have 3 points that we do with regard to enforceability that you can do as defenders of human rights and, of course, as legal enforceability. The Office of the Attorney General has 4 directives. These are directives that complement all the different functions of the entity. One of them is, there's a particular one that provides the guidelines for prosecution when a homicide or a crime is committed against a human rights defender, based on the broad concept thereof, which is anyone who exercises any defense that's recognized in the community. They don't have to be accredited, essentially, but just their role is to defend anybody. It's very broad. And so, at our agency, we have a special investigation unit with mobile teams that go out to the territories, and they use an ethnic, gender, and racial and differentiated approach. We also have another directive that deals with feminicide and violence against women in the rural sector. Thus far, we have a national gender group, which was created in 2021, which is made up of psychologists and prosecutors and anthropologists and obvious strategic litigators who have been fully trained to be able to bring before judges all the evidence that's necessary in such cases, and to prevent re-victimization of the victims. Also, we have another directive from 2021 which establishes the standards and and indigenous and ordinary jurisdiction, which recognize women in the ambits where they don't only act as leaders and defenders, but also as indigenous women, and in the face of the complexity of when there is prosecution for all of this violence and these crimes that's done. We have a group that's assigned to the National Human Rights Group, who's assigned to threats, and they are intake for reports. When you report, when you denounce, and complaints, and to provide access to justice for you all as human rights defenders and any people who don't have access. There's several channels, including there's certain points. We have 168 that are spread throughout the country in areas where it's difficult to report and bring these complaints before the prosecutor's office. We have a web page and a platform for easy reporting in 24 hours, 7 days a week. You can file a report for violations by victims, and they're available all over the phone to be able to help file these reports. We have a single window also for immediate response, and this has been strengthened in particular territories, the municipalities that have been assigned to the rural circuit. And we also have the program, Future Colombia. This is one of the important tools for you to know, because what you can make it enforceable. There are mobile units that that travel, and we have 3 or 4 of these mobile units that travel on a monthly basis. They go to the different municipalities and settlements in the rural sector to receive complaints or reports, and so that they know what it is to be a victim, and they also provide outreach so people learn what this program is about and when you all are targets of violations of your rights and of crimes. And also the results with regard to human rights defenders thus far since the peace accords of Israel. We have 100 and some odd leaders and human rights defenders, women's, and 600 some odd of cases, and 55.6% of these homicides, 26 were against human rights leaders. Of this 100 and some odd, there are 23 that are environmental defenders, 20 men and 3 women. And thus far, 12 of these cases have been fully clarified. That's 26%. Of course, this is just beginning, hand in hand with you all, engaged in dialogue. We hope to strengthen it. And with regard to these specific cases that I mentioned, which were not the purpose of this hearing, but we will take them into account to provide a written response, and we will look towards prosecuting these particular cases. Thank you very much. And so I thank you very much for the information from the parties. Let's move on immediately now to giving the floor to the country rapporteur.
¿Verdad? Sí, gracias. Sí, me falta Juliet. Me falta, no está presente.
And I'm sorry, Juliet, I'm sorry. Well, let us give the floor first. Is he on there? Is he there? Is he connected?
Ahí está. Bueno, a ver.
So, Julia, you have the floor. We cannot hear you. Perhaps you're on mute, Juliet. Julia de Rivero. Oh, she is still on mute. It's now a famous. Está sin audio. You're on mute. It's become a classic now in the virtual world. Now we can hear. No, we cannot hear her.
¿Me escuchan?
Hear me now? Yes, now we can hear you. Go ahead. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. Once again, I'm very grateful. Greetings to all the commissioners and the state authorities and the human rights defenders that are listening to me right now. I'm very grateful to the Inter-American Commission for this invitation to take part at this important hearing. Women human rights defenders in Colombia are a vital force for the protection and promotion of human rights. Their work is crucial for continuity of the social process, which aim to defend the rights of their communities and territories and their ways of life and protection of the environment. Women, protectors of the land and territory, and particularly of the environment, are exposed to high levels of violence because of the work they're engaged in, as we've heard in their own testimonies just now. UN human rights since January of 2020 to July 2023 verified the murder of 31 women defenders for their work for professional reasons. In this same period, the office found that there were 646 cases of threats and attacks against women defenders, including cases of gender-based and sexual violence. Defense of territory and land and environment is one of the areas that is most risky for women defenders in general. Of the 31 cases of homicides that we were able to confirm, 29% of the defenders were defending the rights of their communities. 15% of them were defending the environment. 12% rights to land and territory, and 11% the rights of indigenous people, and 10% rights of the campesino population and the small farmers in defense of the environment and territory land and collectives for the physical surface of the communities. It is indigenous women and Afro-descendant women and campesinas who are most at risk. UN rights identified 9 campesinos and 3 Afro-descendants and a higher number of women who are at risk. And so one of the main threats that they face has to do with social and territorial control from the non-state armed groups who engage in unlawful acts such as growing cocoa leaf and illegal logging, for example. This has a devastating impact on the territory and on the environment of the indigenous communities, Afro-descendants, and campesino as well. Women have taken on a leading role in many cases in coordinating defense strategies, and these ladies have become the targets of these groups. And so initially, the Office of the Ombudsman has said that these women face risks in their families and their communities, as well as at work, because of violence and discrimination because of their gender, and this is found throughout Colombian society. These risks can be associated with high levels of violence, economic violence. They have to have a double whammy. They have to support their house and do the work as well as this defense work that is extracurricular from their families. But beyond these figures, what is quite illuminating is Dr. Arteaga is a recognized leader who has defended territory and the environment in Puerto Gaitán and Meta, and she disappeared in 2022, and her corpse was found days later. We want to remember Luisa Aldrama Dirama, who's another women leader of the Committee of Integration of the Macizo of Colombia on January 31 of 2023. Armed men ripped her from her home, and she was found murdered. She defended water sources and the environment in her region. And Diana Carolina Rodriguez Marigal, a recognized environmental defender who was speaking out against pollution from a coal company in North Santander. On 11th of September of this year, there was a murder after speaking out against threats and had effective protection measures in place. The state of Colombia recognizes the special role of women defenders of human rights, as well as the specific risks they confront. In terms of prevention, it underscores the gender approach and early warnings of the Office of the Ombudsman. However, it's necessary to improve the methods and mechanisms and the implementation of recommendations, particularly when women defenders are involved. Also, the comprehensive program for the protection of women human rights defenders. There's a plan of action that's being implemented which should have an ethnical and gender approach to protect and promote the rights of women and of these women defenders and environmental human rights and human rights. The next, the UN Women, Peace and Security agenda is an important opportunity to strengthen prevention of violence against women and the participation of women in this initiative. I call upon you to bring about full participation of women and defenders of land and environment and territories in the peace dialogue that are going on in Colombia at this time in terms of protection. I'd like to underscore that the National Unit of Protection has a special protection unit to analyze the risks when there are measures of protection issued for these people. This space has created more comprehensive measures such as protection to housing, health, and education, and this includes the core family members of these women. It's necessary to adopt a mechanism of follow-up on the implementation of these measures to facilitate the participation in platforms, of women's platforms, and in this space, and to have a collective an ethnic and gender approach. These protection measures have to go hand in hand with important advances in combating impunity, investigations in context, and associating different cases in different regions. And this should all be strengthened by the Office of the Attorney General of the nation. Implementation of the recently approved policy of dismantlement should have deal with specific territory and environmental defenders. So the major challenge is to ensure the comprehensive presence of the agencies of the state throughout the territory of Colombia where they're not present, and where there's higher poverty and violence indices. And so we must support this territorial approach of dealing with these issues, which has been promoted by the government. We hope that this hearing helps women defenders, civil society, and the government of Colombia can find a way to work together to ensure their vital work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that input. I'm pleased now to give the floor, first of all, to the rapporteur for the country, José Luis. Thank you and good afternoon. I want to thank each of you for your presence here and greet the defenders of the territory. Thank you so much for your assessment of the situation that you are undergoing, for being here with us to share it with you, and thanks, of course, also to the representatives of the state, in this case, Colombia. Let me say, coming in, that Colombia has focused on issues of this type from a holistic standpoint. If there is an established transitional justice in place and peace agreements, for instance, these weigh should weigh in the discourse. But I will say here, as I have listened attentively, that a few elements are missing. There was a precautionary measure in the area of Iguayú. There isn't a situation of total indefense because of past conflicts, but even though we've come in, the prosecutor's office doesn't seem to be responding. This morning we was involved in a meeting that involved jurisdiction because of some other issues. But it seems to me that the state, vis-à-vis the defenders, really owes them an overall response, and all the more so, quite frankly, a country like Colombia that knows or should know all too well what transitional peace and peace agreements can mean. So I feel compelled to ask the representatives of the state what gives, what is the different prosecutions and the defenders of the people generating by way of a response, something that is more comprehensive with regard to the defenders in this case. I'd like to put that out there, as they say, and ask that you consider this. I look forward to your answer, because here's the thing. Very often we hear different points of view, but at the end of the day, in order to render the arguments of the defenders, the state has to be clearer with regard to its own response. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I'm pleased to give the floor to Julissa Mantilla, who is our rapporteur for the rights of women. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm very pleased to greet and to welcome civil society as well as the state of Colombia. I'm particularly moved at the presence of all of these women, and I am glad that the state representatives value that too. You could do better, representatives of Colombia. You could do better with regard to your own female representation, maybe next time. However, I have to say, I didn't see here any representation, any answer by Diana Gomez, the Minister for Women. This is a ministry that was only just established. And I would have thought that her input would have been salient, or that of any other female minister. Now, we know that much of this is already up on the website, and I'd like to ask the defendants here how they see it. How do you match what you know with what the public policy is, you as civil society? Another issue that I think is worth considering is the representation of the representative of the Ministry of Defense when he talked about a feminine focus. What exactly do you mean by that? You know, there is a broad array of definitions of feminism. Which is yours? You also mentioned specific needs of women, and I'm wondering to which particularly you are mentioning or bringing to mind here. Back in '92, when the ministry was, the Constitutional Court sent several cases to you, and T-946 was proclaimed, which established a differentiated interpretation of protective measures. Now, many years have gone by since then. But bearing all of this in mind, in the view of the gender issue, far and above what you may tell us in general about your gender focus, I want to know how it is being implemented. There was, of course, a publication of the Truth Commission. In another case, Case 11 on sexual violence, some further points that were made. And though you have a peace agreement for this particular working armed group, it isn't an across-the-board peace agreement with every armed group. And given the acts of violence against these women with regard to the new groups, Haitanistas and others, there are any number of them, and you know their names better than I. Here's my question. How are you dealing with this as a matter of continuity? Here is an additional issue that the representative of the UN rightly brought up, and the representative of the ministry. What about Resolution 1820? 1325 is one, 18 is another one, because it establishes an analysis of sexual violence as an attack on peace and security, and it is imposed on the armed forces and police forces that they eschew certain actions, and there are punishments when they fail to do that. The long and the short of it is, as the representatives here have each told us, it is not just women who are being attacked. Invariably, it is their children. Their lives are defended, but they are threatened with rape, molestation, and last but not least, damage or the killing of their children. So I'd like you to be able to tell these ladies and tell us concrete actions that are being taken under each of these rubrics. And forgive me for being lengthy, but aside from sexual violation to the mothers, what about the results of such rapes What about the untold numbers of illiterate children that are the result of such violence? And very sorry, I don't remember your name. Belinda was telling us. Julieta Rivero as well mentioned any number of cases. So, you know, this is not a hearing to look at so many cases, but here you have them. Every one of these attacks on gender need to be borne in mind. From the first time the accusation is made, women come up against constant cynicism because of the gender focus that always dismisses them. Lorena and Cristina Romero and Luz Estela Romero, their aunt. Here you have a specific case because it's generational. I have seen these ladies. I have heard them. I have watched them. I haven't even looked at the state because I have been glued onto them, as they say in my country. These are very young women, and they are not going to let this go. I don't know if you have realized that, but with the greatest respect, you better take good note. Now, yeah, there are a couple of steps you can point to, symbolic or others, steps forward, but bluntly, it's not enough. And this very direct, very compelling testimony on the part of these ladies, and I speak of myself too, nobody can tell but the women themselves what it will feel like. Guess what? I mean, let's get real. And the policies need to be focused on women and have their face and have their voice. A long time ago, we came out with a report that said that conflict is violent, but the violence is different whether you're a man or a woman. That's just the way it is. And your prosecutors and your police need to recognize that. Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to give the floor now to the Special Rapporteur on DESCA. Thank you very much, and very grateful, too, to civil society and all of the representations of the women in this case and the distinguished representation of the state of Colombia, who have explained to us a number of their key public policies. I'd like to underscore that it is a very welcome thing to hear that the state of Colombia is developing cogent responses and policies to deal with a number of these issues, guaranteeing rights. I hail that as a step forward, and I think it must be recognized to be so. That's why I'm saying it at the get-go. Now, I believe there are a couple of distinct points, 4 to be exact, on which I personally would be welcome, would welcome rather, further information. Here they are. It would, I think, be very useful for us to know more from civil society on the one hand, as well as from the state on the other. First, this picks up what Commissioner Julissa Mantilla just mentioned. What specific measures are you designing to focus on the gender element of this public policy that you are implementing? Secondly, what specific measures are you designing tailored particularly to the women who are defending these territories? These are not your run-of-the-mill environmental defenders. These women, let's get real, have very specific risks, they live in a very specific environment, and they undergo specific dangers because of it. They can be abused, and those abuses can only be remedied by the formulation and implementation of public policy that will focus on a respect of their rights in an effective manner. That's one. I'm moving to the second, which came to me as I listened to the state and the state's description of the various different programs and policies that have been designed. And I thought, okay, that's all interesting. However, I missed some cohesion in the response. It was a little bit scattered, with the greatest respect, because surely the only way to broach this sort of information effectively is in a comprehensive version. There has to be an inner logic to the approach. There has to be a clear human rights strain in the public policies that goes to, and this is throughout the whole cycle, and not only in the design of the policy, its implementation, its evaluation, etc., so that on the basis of that logical, informed, and participatory method, there's a chance that, as we who work with human rights know full well, it's important to have the policies in place, but it's also important to know how to adapt as the human rights agenda evolves. In addition, the territorial dimension to these public policies strikes me as critical. They need to be participatory. They need to plug into basic human rights principles, but they have also, in this particular context, to make sense to the actual territories in question. And while I was boning up on what we were going to discuss here, and as I have listened to you with great respect, I'm wondering whether what the state is doing is enough, quite frankly. I am not convinced that the state's efforts to date will be sufficient to defend the rights of the women who are out there fighting for their territories. Now, I get it. I understand that territorial issues are fraught with difficulty, all kinds of polemic, and not least the interaction between municipal authorities and the national state. But you know what? It is what it is. And somehow that overall array of rights has got to be juggled. So I'd like to hear more on that. And finally, as to the specific cases that have been considered and instances here of violences, I'd like to hear more about what you're planning to do to avoid a repetition of these acts of impunity. It's all very well to express regret and so forth, but what in point of fact do you plan to do to change that situation in the overall context of your upholding of human rights and defense of specific rights? Concrete measures, a differentiated approach to gender, the question of the territorial aspect, and concrete situations through specific, narrowly tailored public policies, not broad, overarching things that will actually be looked at by your civil servants. What specific measures are you contemplating? And last but not least, as I said, specific public policies that would aim to fight against impunity. And last, if I may, I think the road that Colombia has been walking has been quite considerable with regard to public policy. And I think in the past, as now, perhaps the greatest challenge to Colombia is not so much in recognition that there exists a problem. It's what measures are going to be taken that are actually working, that are being actively implemented, because the focus on human rights when crafting public policy can make all the difference between making a difference or not. And that is what, of course, civil society is asking for, a difference, and one that will work. That's what I hear being requested at this thematic audience. So thank you very much. I think that is enough. Well, if I can just take what's left, 1 minute and 37 seconds, I will say the following. I will say, quite frankly, I totally share the views of my colleagues, with particular emphasis on the question of researching the actual cases, investigating promptly the various issues that have been brought and cases that have been pointing out, because these are very clear. There are different types of complaint that have been addressed. There is a need to facilitate and to streamline communication. I think that more emphasis needs to be placed on how effective these steps are. Complaints are made. Well, what happens to those complaints? Are they lost in cyberspace? How do they relate to the cases in point? As the rapporteur was saying it a minute ago. The question of impunity and arbitrariness on the part of institutions that are tasked with investigating these matters, it cannot be set aside. Very often these morph into overweening vigilance over attacks even, or where the state is breathing down their necks, as it were, a very heavy-handed approach. That isn't it either. I think we need to think about better streamlining and better coordination so that each one of the responsible entities play their respective role, but do so with the proper gender focus and the intervention of the people who are involved, and not least the question of being careful not to re-victimize the victims who are already lumbering under what they've had to face. I do certainly also want to recognize that the state of Colombia is here with, quite frankly, what strikes me as being more broad-minded than it used to be, at least when I think back to other instances. And I think that is a good thing, because a position on the part of the state as the party that has to comply with its duty to avoid a repetition, to set up, and this is what Commissioner Mantilla said to begin with, and to work for better participation by the various organizations. There's no time left to hear the responses, alas, but I can't close without saying this. Making that participation of the state really count, not just empty blah blah, but something that is really engaged, something that is real, something that will show clearly how a particular public policy is being crafted, with a different view, with a better intercultural view, with a better intergender view, differentiate and intersectional, because a little girl or an Afro-descendant or an indigenous person, you can't just jumble them all up and shake it up and it comes out like cookie cutters the same. No, it has to be tailor-made. It has to be respective of the reality that's before you. And that is what will help, I think, get us closer to a good conclusion. We have very few minutes. The technical equipment I have down to the minutes who has spoken and how much time, and who is still can speak another how many minutes. But let me tell you, coming in, that if we cannot hear all the information today, because we get it, time flies, and the time we make available to you at a hearing is the best we can do, but it very often is flat not enough. But that's not lost. You can come back and make sure that the information that you consider key is made available afterwards. So let me give you the floor again. Commissioners, thank you, and distinguished representatives of the state. We are gravely concerned in hearing the advances or the progress that you call progress. 75% of the rural population where the institutions are not present, you consider us zonas rurales dispersas, dispersed rural zones. I am telling you that 2 years after speaking to statistics, that problem is not yet resolved. And we rural women are just a technical term in public policy. Do you want to know how we convene with the state when we are invited to territorial events that are carried out in the middle of cities, by the way, and we're told that the event is going to take place 24 hours out? Guess what? They don't want to muddy their shoes. They don't want to leave the cities, God forbid. Mud should hit their suits or anything else. But we women who travel miles, women who practically have enough to live, who with their best and hardest production, the sweat of their brow, don't even reach half of the minimal salary that is afforded elsewhere. I'm not inventing this. The Women's Directorate is only present in 2.x% of the Caribbean and the villages. And yet the state continues looking on us as a great place to go make money, never asking how it affects the communities. Who cares? We were in Magdalena just last week looking at how water is being affected. Yeah, the Escazú Agreement is referred to, but is there any mention of the people who live there? No. What about the coal workers in Ciénaga? They are seeing death of increasing numbers of fish and and other animals, and women don't even know what the quality of water is that is being drawn from those bodies of water. It's being polluted, it's being contaminated, and we're the ones stuck with drinking it or watering with it. So when the prosecutor says, well, do you know the cases so that we can bring... Are you kidding? Of course we know the instances, not cases, but cases in the sense of instances. 3 notes on criminal affairs and criminal charges that were brought with names. Look, we know our work. You go learn better what your own work is, because you're not showing that you know what you're talking about. We shouldn't have to come here to speak up and be heard. We've been saying this since 2020. We need clarity of accounts for rural women. You can't just have us on a checklist to make it look good. Well, of course we say we want to trust the policy of this government. But how can we do that if we have minimal opportunity to participate? When is anybody bothering to come to us to ask and to help in schools and literacy? What about the most recent reports? When you draw up on the reports, you don't even recognize Ciénaga and Magdalena. And you see San Andrés and Providencia as, oh, well, one more in the back of beyond, who knows where, it's out there somewhere. Get real. And let me give the floor here to my colleague, because she may have a couple of more points to make. Yes, indeed. the state has referred to the promotion of Escazú, the agreement of Escazú. But guess what? That's on paper. But every one of the steps that have been contemplated in the Escazú agreement has not been effective. We as an association need to know that what you all draw up on a fancy piece of paper actually is going to make a difference and does recognize and guarantee the rights of women in Victoria and elsewhere. How is it even possible that in the ministries and in other areas that presumably are there to hear us, don't even know where we stand, how far we've gotten on this issue? Nobody has a clue. How can you explain, let alone defend, the fact that this basic action hasn't been taken? Where the women of the places we come from can make a difference. That is why the agreement of Escazú demands, requires, stipulates the importance of the female participation in the areas we come from. But it's on paper. It sure isn't happening in real life. And none of the women who should have been haven't ever been invited to one of the meetings. That's really the limit. People who have been fighting for these rights for years aren't invited. I mean, it is beyond belief. Your mass invitations, sure, they sound great on paper. Sounds terrific. But guess what? We are real people. We live real problems. We have real consequences that have been visited upon us because of environmental pollution. But none of your actions are real. Look at the archipelago of San Andrés and Santa Catalina. How is it possible that you don't consider that aquifer as a major bioma in the subregions? It's only, the mention is of the Caribbean Sea. This is beyond belief. It truly is. It makes you want to weep. And that's why we've gone to The Hague. Because we are all in danger. We're hanging by a thread. We, the people, and the land, and the animals, and the water, and everything that is part of us. You need to wake up, ladies and gentlemen. We are all hanging by a thread. We are in danger. Do you get it? Look at the Perijá region in the hills of Perijá that has an enormous, enormous importance to the Caribbean region. Guess what? That's off the list. Nobody bothered to include it in their survey. It isn't even listed as a sub-region. And time and again, this isn't the first time we've pointed out these drawbacks, these flaws, these lacunae. Not the first time. And let me tell you, every time we come, we are, I'm going to use the verb, re-victimized. It means something. What the main political constitution of 1991 on decentralization of a state sounds good, but where is it being put in practice? It needs to be put in practice. For the communities, there have to be specific measures. You can't do that in a fancy office in Bogota. Get out there. From Bolívar, San Andrés, Sucre, get out, muddy your shoes, come and see it for yourselves. I invite you, all of you, to think, breathe decentralization, decentralization. If you don't do it, it's a dead letter. Thank you very much. All right. The state has the right of response.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The truth is we understood that this was a thematic hearing. Now, however, we've we've heard things that have to do or tied directly to particular cases. I would have loved to have attended a hearing about cases, but there had to be about a particular petition. But we concur with everything you said. We are aware. We are not, don't continue, we're not supporting these clans that in the departments of Magdalena and the others that still run it however they want. Or according to what I heard, it sounds like that we're even worse than those clans. And so women who are victims of the conflict, that's the main victims, and it's 60 or 50 years of this dirty war where women became part of the booty, and the spoils of the conflict are women, victims of rape by armed groups, and they were impregnated, and Commissioner Mantilla knows this very well. I was on the commission with you, and we're very familiar. And we're waiting for that major case before the special justice jurisdiction is going to come to trial as well. We're very familiar with all these cases, but in the things you've said, Commissioner Julissa Mantilla, I've been raising recently and developing the two resolutions of the UN last Friday, where we introduced a document. We submitted a document called "When Waters Come Together," and it was a document specifically about the rights of women. But I think that in any case, we will forward all of this to you. Everything that you've said, I will forward everything you all brought up to the central government. This is being discussed with the departmental government. The governor, I understand, is a committed person. And I regret that you say that this is laughable, because I think there is a meaningful or serious commitment by this government and by others. We're not here to be amused at other people's pain and grief, and you sincerely expressed it. And we are a government that is sensitive to this, but with regard to the coordinated response that the Redeska is demanding, you're right. Our efforts must be coordinated. We're going to try, to the extent possible, a communication to the Inter-American Commission about all the proposals. We're going to forward all your proposals, but because of constraints of time, of its very complement, the biosphere you brought up, the bioma, whether they're regarded biomas and everything. And an advisory opinion that we're requesting, this will all be considered. But I don't know whether the Office of the Attorney General or anybody else would like to provide, or NOP would like to. Yes, thank you. Something very short. In response to what Commissioner Javier and Commissioner Julissa said with regard to specific 4 points, very concrete points. How are we guaranteeing access to justice, as I mentioned? The justice, we will forward this to you. The directives is a enforceability document. It's not only does it have to be complied with, but they are duty bound to do so. And this is something from the petitioners, that there has to be a more focused approach in the different settlements and the local level, at the local level, and then the points of attention of the office, 100 and some odd points of attention of the Office of the Attorney General, and we can tell you where they're located. And then the resolution also enshrines a gender-based group. And this is many of the prosecutors out in the territories is already including this. And when we're talking about environment, and you all as petitioners were saying, give us a tangible response to this. There was created the Office of Environmental Affairs. The Office of the Attorney General has this particular office that exclusively deals with environmental cases and violations and prosecutions. And so there we go. The environmental matters and human rights, or that is environmental defenders we look at. And with regard, I am dealing with the last point that was raised by Commissioner Julie. The other decisions, we're dealing with them. There's a default with regard to characterization of victims that Julia de Rivero was mentioning. To view women in a different context, to read the territory and not as an isolated situation or context, but we hope that these orders are all completed by the Human Rights Group and transitional justice. There's also other cases that came in before the adversarial system was implemented in the regular courts. And then lastly, even though it's true that this hearing is thematic, I want to say that it's not negative that we talked about this. One of your complaints in the territories is that Luz Marina Arteaga now is prioritized in the specialized unit investigation unit. This unit is assigned to human rights defender investigation. We have international observers who have done follow-up on this. It's in the trial stage already. December 13th is when the actual trial will be, and there has been progress that enables us to show you that your struggle has had a positive result in building better standards for access to justice. Thank you. Thank you very much to both sides. I would like to wrap up by saying how important these spaces are, these opportunities, these hearings. It's a space that enables us, the Commission, for example, to hear both sides. And the parties have an opportunity to hear each other directly, face to face, with regard to each one of their points of contention and the response thereto. And so the idea is to build bridges of communication which make it possible for the Commission to hear the complaints and to hear the position of the state and make an assessment with continued participation of all you in putting together the information that is the input and enables us to be effective in developing or in carrying out our responsibilities. And in each one of the rapporteurships of the Commission, not only the special rapporteurships such as the one on Special Rapporteur Palumo, but the thematic rapporteurships such as the one on women, truth, memory, and justice, the country rapporteurship, to be able to engage in a comprehensive effort to help the state in its down the journey it must undertake, and also to provide a response to the organization, in this case, women defenders of human rights, in response that are required to as right. So thank you very much. We need a microphone. Civil society, please respect us more. Your accusations are groundless, and our participation and our arguments here are not groundless. They are facts that have been corroborated with evidence that we have gathered, and that we had to gather it because the state doesn't have it in one. And two, we require further respect. Commissioner, we cannot build or come to agreements based on lies and judgments without evidence and proof. And I don't believe that the state has to lie in a space like this and not fulfill its commitment that it is put in right. Look, please, yes, we were disrespected. We were accused, and it's not fair. And that's why I ended up saying how important this is space is for dialogue. When in your written positions you will submit to us, we would like you to include these arguments and these points you're trying to make right now in response, and what you don't agree with. So, to be able to adjourn this hearing, we have very limited time, and the idea is to find channels of communication. If we were unsuccessful today because your positions are clash and they're too far apart, then what we did was establish this effort to reconnect, reestablish lines of communication, and we were aren't able to do it, but let's attempt more, further attempt this, and we will continue to monitor, and we await your written comments on the basis of the hearing. This hearing is hereby adjourned, and we thank you for your participation.